Okay. Should be live soon. Okay. Let me know if everything is alright, if everything is audible, if you guys can hear me. I always have a feeling that I forget one thing every time I do this, but all my mixer levels are at 0 and everything should be going where they need to go. So that should be okay. Hi Projector, the most offensive dude in the world, lol. Why? Hello Felipe. DTM, welcome as well. My naivete transcends time and space. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean by that first thing. Our heated conversation. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hi, X Sync. I hope that's how you say it. I was like, maybe he meant X5 New York City, but that's NYC, not YNC. Anyway, this should all start up here. Hopefully the bot now knows that I'm live. Accept all ground control. The ultimate companion app to manage your stream. Is it because everything is now here that it doesn't work here? Because this should tell me that I'm live now. Right? X5 is fine too. Okay, cool. Let's see if the bot works this time around. It's not gonna work, is it? I have no idea why. It is saying that it's in my chat. But even the last activity, last subscription, whatever, was 19 days ago that it saw a subscription in a live stream. So it hasn't been watching the live stream for a long, long time. Sorry. It's weird that you say... It's weird to say sync or X5 is fine too. Yeah, I read that. Anyway, interesting you mentioned that you can cut frequencies just by reducing volume. I don't know. No, I don't think I've ever said that. You can hide them behind other frequencies in the mix, but you're not cutting frequencies unless you say like a cut to all frequencies equally is a cut to frequencies. But that, I mean, that's just reducing volume. Just by changing volume, that doesn't change the spectrum. At least if it's at the end of the chain. If you have some non-linearity after it, then technically, yes, it can do that. But I wouldn't call that an equalizer. You get any new plugins or presets from Black Friday deals, Projector? Not really, no. I'm pretty happy with all of the tools that I have. So I haven't really been shopping around at all. Xing sounds like a high-tech artist, so I'll probably post my high-tech as it in the future. That sounds very much like a high-tech artist. Emerald Deville, welcome. Mindbee Synthetics. Spenta Ahura, welcome as well. How are you guys doing? It's still not working, the bot. Yeah, it's just not detecting that I'm live. I have no idea what's going on here. I'm now using the Stream Elements feature. Set of bot and tipping. Managing your stream just got a whole lot easier. Are you sure? You're already using our bot. Payment methods are all set up. Okay, so now all of this comes in here and goes away again. And now, so now it must have detected that I'm live, right? Feedback, that command is still turned on, right? I'm not spamming commands that are turned off. Yeah, the feedback command is turned on. No, just no, it just doesn't chat. Even if I set it to the live chat mode. Again, that's not actually coming through, is it? Set up bots and tipping. Bot activation. Has happened. Next. Next. One last time. And then I'll also mute and unmute it just for good measure. Mute, unmute, part, rejoin. And then I don't want every stream to turn into this, so there needs to be a way for me to test this. The unfortunate thing is that with streaming, some of the things like these bots, you can only really test when you're live. So, I mean, that means that I need to change my stream title. Linked in description. I would also like to mention the sale, but I guess I'll pin that message. Yeah. We are about to get started with the feedback, guys. I swear. It's just getting everything set up and whatnot. Okay, so this is for the pin then. And now, if you drop a link in here, I can copy and paste if someone asks. You guys cannot paste links in the YouTube chat. Are you a natural minimalist when it comes to decorating your room? Not really, I'm messy. So that isn't minimalist, I would say. I like to keep things around even if I don't use them all the time. Like I have old boxes of PC hardware that I acquired 10 years ago that houses some old cable that I'm probably never going to use, but you never know whenever you need like some random cable, right? So that's why I keep them. And I just have that on display in one of those closets. That's what in the studio tour was. All of the boxes was for all of that kind of stuff. Nice studio tour video. Your mom rules. Yeah, I did see that message before from you, and that's why I tried to respond to that as well. Thank you very much. She is very, very amazing for helping me out with this kind of stuff. And my dad, of course, as well. Yeah, okay. Let's get into the feedback. We have quite a few tracks, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tracks already. Nice. Okay. There's also some chat here, but I don't think I'll have to care about that for now. Controlled chaos. Yes, exactly. With everything that I keep around, it's all nicely stored away so that I don't like walk over it whenever I enter this room, of course. But I do have a lot of stuff that I would probably never need. So it is still chaotic in a way. It's just that you put that behind the, I don't know, in a box behind a door, and then nobody cares about it anymore. Of course, around my desk there's still a lot of mess. There's like pens and random stuff here. There's like a little bit of, I don't know, small saucer that you put your coffee cup on. There's an old glass, that kind of stuff. And of course, all of the devices and that kind of stuff that I use as well. So it is fairly chaotic. It's not like minimal as Shadow Hill or Shadow Rage was saying. Shadow Hill is a compressor. I have issues. I start calling people by different compressor names. Anyway, Visual Cortex. Let's get into it, because if I'm not getting into the feedback, I'm going to get less and less chaotic myself too. Hi all, I started some new tracks. I have to fix a lot in here, and the breaks and transients are not really working. Still learning, and still too quiet. Okay, we'll see about that. Chronically producing. I am producing a lot less than people think. There's a lot of stuff around.
The visual cortex.
Honestly, I don't really know what the vocal is doing here. Everything else sounds very, very dark.
The visual cortex.
Ooh, this is a really strange kick and bass. Why is it so quiet? First of all, very strong stop on the sidechaining. I'm boosting the track by 10 dB, but that's okay. That's still a pre-master thing. I think almost everything in this track is louder than the kick and bass. The fill just played and the volume went up, like the average loudness of the track, right? There's some synths that have some small peaks, but I think most synths like that, and now that the vocal plays it, you can see the waveform kind of dipping up. So this vocal, which is a very dynamic sound, has its quietest part almost as loud as the kick and bass itself. Like the kick and bass should be hitting the top and the bottom here, so you can add like 6 dB to that to start off with.
Cortex or visual association area is located.
Visual cortex, visual signals in the visual signals, the visual cortex disappeared.
Secondary visual cortex or visual association area is located primarily along some
You don't want every function to be
I thought that was autoplay. That's still part of the track, or at least from the render. There's quite a lot of things to say. A lot of the elements don't really feel like they're, how would you say, kind of selected together. You have quite dark sound design and quite more dark side ideas in the very first part of the track, and that is then mixed in with one of the most iconic and brightest vocals in Psytrance. So usually that vocal has a little bit more of a different taste of Psytrance built around it. And that is true for a lot of the other vocals as well. I felt like a lot of the spoken vocals didn't really come through. They weren't really mixed in a way that they were easy to understand. At least they, from what I could tell, were all talking about the same thing. So in that way, there is a little bit of cohesion, but that is, I think, where the cohesion ends. As somebody in the chat also says, it's not a very cohesive track. I feel like you're still in the part of your career where you're just trying out cool ideas and you're not really trying to write a track yet. Like the 3 different grooves in here. The triplets just kind of randomly being introduced, that kind of stuff. There's not really a cohesion between the track yet. In that way, as I said before, with the dark synths combined with like a very uplifting, brighter, more happier sounding vocal, I would say, than the sound design that is sitting underneath it, is a little bit strange of a choice. So that is all things that you can still work on, and that is something that as you come out of being a beginner, you just basically automatically get more and more. As you produce 20, 30 more tracks, you'll hear it like, oh, well, that last time, or that last track that I just sent in the feedback is not really cohesive. And then 30 tracks more, and you're going to be saying that for the last track that you produced then. And every 30 tracks, just the tracks that you think that about are going to shift forward. That's the inevitable cycle of being a music producer. Is audible vocals just a matter of preference? Some like to not hear the vocals clearly and let their mind fill the gaps. It is a general best practice, I would say. To be honest, there's a lot of that in music. The whole way that we mix is based on generally accepted practices, right? At the end of the day, most people don't like the sound of clipping, so we have been taught not to clip your master. Right, that you hear that you don't want your master to go over 0 dB at the export because then it's going to be clipping. We don't like the sound of that, so that is why we are taught to avoid that. And the same thing is true with the vocals being clearly presented in the mix. At the end of the day, the average listener of the mix wants to be told a story, right? When we are just listening to the music, we how do you say that? We want to be carried kind of emotionally through the music by what the music is telling us to. And however we interpret that in our brain, that is going to be different for every one of us. But the way that I look at the vocals is that the vocals are very clear in what they do in the story, in that they directly tell you, right? Because that is where the track gets to talk about a specific subject, as opposed to doing some cool sound design, which is telling a story in a different way. In that case, what I would say is that mix-wise, it makes sense that if you want that story to come out, that therefore the vocals should stand out of the mix. Or really out of the production, if you want to say it like that, because that is where it starts. So that is kind of the way that I run through that argument. And that doesn't mean that that's the only way to do it. As you say, there are people that don't like vocals that are clearly audible. There are also certain cases in which it makes sense for a vocal to not be clearly audible. But generally speaking, if you want to make your track appeal to most people, it tends to be the case that you want your vocals to be clear in the mix, because most people like it when they can listen to the story of a track and they don't have to guess what the track is going to be about. But at the end of the day, that is how you judge a good mix. It's going to be the mix that most people will find enjoyable, however they hear it. If they hear it on different systems and whatnot, all of that is kind of a sub-question, like how it translates on different systems, what system you should mix for the most, should you mix for the dance floor, should you mix for streaming, whatever. All of that stuff comes down to, okay, how can I get the most amount of people to enjoy my music? Okay, next up we have Ben Digerich with Dull Soulless Dance Music. Okay, not very promotional yet, I guess. Work in progress, not sure about the vocal sample. I don't like the end of the breakdown. Typical artistic angst. Let's see. Oh, no, this is too loud, I guess. Yes. Feels like there's one loop that is slightly out of time. It's gone now, but when there was like one loop that got added, like a mid-range percussion loop, it felt like it was like slightly slowing the BPM down, in a way. Notwas, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Overall, what is standing out to me here is dynamics. Very, very dynamic track here. I assume this is what you mean with the vocals, this sequency thing that you made with the vocals. Yeah, not really a big fan of those vocals. I like a lead like this a lot more with this. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of how that works theme-wise either. Very dark to very bright in an instant doesn't really fit well with each other musically. I would build it more around this lead over here, because this is really catchy. Every once in a while, maybe like a little extra counter melody. Something like that, just something that it's not the same thing over and over again. Overall, it's a cool idea, but I agree with you that that vocal sample is a little bit strange sounding. And one of the big issues that you're probably going to have later on in the mix of this track is going to be dynamics, because it feels a little bit like it's dynamically all over the place. Gonna need a lot of compression for this track to work, probably, in the mix, unless the musical idea changes a lot. As you said, it's still a work in progress. Cool acid sound, I like this part. I like the acid sound too, that's a nice complementary sound. But the main sound that I would go for is that one big uplifting lead. You can build a nice happy idea around that, and then make like a summer house banger type deal out of this, I think. That is probably where I would go if I were presented this idea in a project. And then, as I said, remove the vocal and just keep it happy all the time. You can add some other vocals that are staying happy, like little woos and wahs and that kind of thing. That always works really well in the house genre. Anyway, do we have any patrons? Not really. Because the bot's not here, maybe people... There's this one guy that was complaining about the feedback bot, right, spamming exclamation point feedback, but that turns out to be myself. Other than that, nobody has asked yet. So I guess there's not a lot of people that are submitting today, which is fine. Would give us more time to do wavetable stuff later, which we're going to do. Wavetable stuff and production, kind of like we did yesterday for those that were around. While I'm here and while I have all 18 of you in the chat here, for those that don't know, I am currently running a sale over on my Gumroad and my Payhip pages. Payhip is a new service of mine, so that is why I had a little bit of trouble recalling its exact name. But on both pages, you can get 30% off of all of my products, including my second masterclass. So if you have your eyes on that, then now is the time to get that. As well as all of my other products, of course, but I want to specifically highlight my masterclass because I think it's just very, very good. 24 hours of footage, and if you get the full version, you'll also get all of the projects and all of the stems. So even if you don't have the plugins, you can still open up all of the individual sounds and just hear them in isolation and whatnot, and kind of deconstruct it your own way. On Gumroad, you're going to need a discount code, which is in the pinned message in the chat. I'm pointing somewhere up here because that is for you guys where the chat will be. And that's also where, for me, the chat is. It's more like that, but same kind of direction. For Payhip, you don't have to use a discount code and the sale is automatically applied. So Gumroad doesn't have this sale system, but Payhip has a very nice sale system so that it automatically applies all of the sale discounts. And it also allows you to pay with PayPal. So if you guys want to purchase my products with PayPal, for a long time you couldn't do that. on Gumroad because since the start of October, I think they removed PayPal, made a video about it, a little bit of a situation. But now I'm on PayHip, so you can get them there. Okay, cool. Let's move on with Schmilk. Almost finished track here by Misk Oasis. That's Mine Predator, almost finished track. I would like to hear feedback from you to finish. Okay. A little bit weak right now. There is a little bit happening in the background, but it feels like it's just pads up until this point, and there hasn't been a lot changing yet. The mix balance feels a little bit out here, so the backing pads are the main element, and the stuff that should be in front of it, like the melody and all of that stuff, is really far back now. I like this. Nice groove, nice depth. Of course, a bit of resampling would be nice because I can see some transients ducking up and down. Sounds like this should always have reverb. We have some wobblies there in the lower frequencies that we don't want from the synth. All of this stuff, if you want them dry, put a dimension expander on them instead. That is only going to do early reflections, so you're not going to lengthen the sound in any way, but it's going to put it in a room regardless. And that's much better than just the dry metallic sound that you have here. There's gonna be a day that text-to-speech is gonna have the same emotion as human speech. I'm sure of it because it's only going to get better from here. But today is not that day. Because you can still hear exactly that it's text-to-speech. Overall, throughout the whole track, I like the dark theme of it, but I don't like the dark mix that you accompanied with it. If you want to get a little bit more darkness, you can actually get that out of your kick, because your kick is sub-wise not very loud. Like the bass has probably a louder sub than the kick does here, right? Because the sub really in that lowest frequency is going to be this stuff. This is more this area, the 100 hertz area that is loud in this kick. So I would focus a little bit more on getting a little bit of extra depth in that kick. And then mixing wise and a lot of your synth work and all of that stuff, making that slightly brighter mix wise, so that feels a little bit more this area in the higher mids. Right now you have a very warm track, there's a lot of stuff happening in here, also a lot of synths that play around this area. but in the mid-range now it's a little bit better, but some areas of the track are really quiet in this upper mid-range. Like 3000 Hertz, this kind of area you could see sometimes in certain parts of the track kind of starts sloping down over here, and it almost disappears off the graph all the way over here. So that's a really unbalanced, I guess, spectrum, that would be. Hello Ulas, how are you doing? A lot more sub in the part that has the rumble than in the actual kick and bass. That is a little bit strange. You would probably want the bass to be a little bit lower, especially if it's rumbly, because that is more annoying to listen to than a nice strong sub. That doesn't mean that there is no space for rumbly low frequency content. That fill would probably be a nice part, but you would probably want to have that a little bit lower so that when the clean sub of the kick and bass comes back in, when that new kick and bass starts to play, it actually has a nice solid feel to it, as opposed to it sounding quieter than the rumbly part before it did. Honestly, mix-wise, I think you can probably get almost any track of Xenon-esque records. Right, that's the record label that puts out Xenon tracks, right? Xenon-esque records is it's Xenon records and is the genre Xenon-esque. I know one is one and one is the other. Either Xenon-esque records or Xenon records. The genre is either or, one of the other, whatever it is. If you get that type of track, that is probably going to be a good reference material for you, mix-wise. Xenon records and Xenon-esque as genre. Okay, yes, that does make sense. That the record company came before, and then the genre became known for the record label, so that they would name the genre after the record label that kind of invented it, if that is the way that it went. I don't know what came first, right? Kind of a chicken and egg situation, I guess. Not really, because you could probably look this up, but still. Yeah. There's too many messages, so let's see. Okay. That's not a Patreon. For those that don't know Patreons, if you link your Discord account to your Patreon account, somewhere in your Patreon settings, I've done this like 2 years ago, so I don't know exactly where it is. But you need to link your Discord account on the Patreon site to your Patreon profile, and then your Patreon contribution will show up in here, and you will become a red name, and that means that whenever your name shows up in the submissions, you get to skip the queue and get your feedback instantly, among one of the many other benefits. Put some reverb on the dry synths and make more high frequencies. Yes, kind of. It is probably a good idea to go back and look in detail at how you would do that. I think I talked mostly about mix-wise. Like, it's not the sound design that is off, right? The sound design that is too dark, per se. It's that the processing after it has left the sound a little bit too dark. And that is purely a mixing thing, which I think just comes from not referencing. I think either that, or what can happen is that you reference your brightest part with the brightest part of some other track, right? And you balance everything according to that. And then you go into your darkest part of the track, and there's no high frequency elements in there, whereas the other tracks do have that kind of thing, so their mix stays more balanced. Or maybe they compensate for that in their mix somehow. In the parts where there's not a lot of high frequency stuff like drums and that kind of stuff, maybe the kick has a little bit more of a hat on top of it. That kind of stuff. I'm not using a reference. Referencing is a very good idea if you have a very clear, good reference, right? So same BPM, same key is a good idea, but also thematically, like sound design wise, very similar. Musical idea wise, very similar. That kind of stuff is very, very important for a reference, because that determines very much the influences that you're going to have over the mix, right? How the mix needs to work depends on the track that is given. I like individual references for beginners very, very much, especially if they go through the whole production with a reference track, because you can basically get everything you need to know about a track from the reference track. You can hear what kind of sound design is used, you can hear what kind of musical ideas are being used, what kind of melodies, what kind of arrangements, what kind of samples are used where, what kind of extra ear candy is used where, what is used to make the track more interesting, how is it, everything you can basically hear of it. And then it's also a good tool to balance your mix, right? Because if you make everything according to the production based on the reference track, then you're probably going to require a fairly similar mix as the reference track. That being said, it is not a long-term strategy because it lends yourself not a lot to creativity, especially if you start the production process off with a reference track. But I do think that for beginners, doing that once or twice is a very good idea. Just following the reference guide or your reference from the start to the end. After that, of course, as I always recommend, opening up a playlist on Spotify for half an hour as you get started in your day. I usually check emails, check all of my Discord messages and all of that stuff. And I listen to like 5-6 tracks and then I get on with my day. The SIG is rolled. Let's hear another song now. You're just in time because we're going to get into the next one, which is Intrusive Thoughts by Lotus Matrix. I pushed this to public, so here we go. I would be honored to get your thoughts on this track. Well, that's what I'm here for. Very warm, complex start. I would almost start with this softer pad here.
It's unbelievably expansive. Let it convert it. You can go to a place of relative tranquility. Somewhere dark and twisted.
Okay, kick and bass playing together here is a bit wonky sounding. The vocals sound very wonky, they don't have enough space in the mix. Everything is very strangely compressed. Never seen this kind of compression before in my life. It's compressed, but there's still like very clear transients in here. There's of course a lot of bleeding into it, so the transients are being pushed into this limiter, I'm assuming. Double kicks there, playing on top of the bass. Definitely a no-go. There's some sounds in here that really have a nice professional edge, like that low rumbling synth that played, that stab thing. And then there's this stuff which is like overly reverbed. This 4-man thing here that isn't really playing any nice rhythm, I would say. This is a clear example of every element that I add needs to be the main element. Every time a new sound is added, the mix becomes louder. The mix doesn't compensate for having more or less elements. You just pile stuff on top of it and hope that it works, which isn't working here. Another time kicks playing on top of bass. You really want to avoid that kind of stuff. But in general, just making a kick and bass, you can probably get a better sound out of the kick and bass if you follow some basic tutorial. You can hear, this is a very fun effect. I'm gonna play this part again. What? Sorry, I did stop the music. I'm going to play this part again. The effect that you hear here, that is about to come, is listen to the loudness of the main synth that starts to play in the break. Listen to what happens to it in terms of its loudness as the rest of the track becomes quieter. So it's already playing, right? That thing. Notice how loud it is now. It is... So what I think is happening there is that the synth is so loud and everything else is so loud that as the drop stops, everything else kind of cuts out and the limiter is just upping everything because it's still the same loudness, right? Even though this is a break, it's not going quieter in this part of the track. So I think you're just pushing this really, really hard with a limiter into, for some reason, -6 dB-ish. Because this is the original signal. It doesn't really get any louder than this, which is like -6 dB, I think. I have to turn it up -5 or +5 to get it full here. Like this nice step over here is a nice professional sound, but then you have this glitchy sound on top of here, which is really cool, but has no dimension or reverb or anything like that. So it feels completely out of place with the rest of the track. This Rogu, how are you doing? Tisla, welcome as well. Overall, very, very bloated, fairly muddy. You can see here as well the key area for mud, around 300 Hz, is very, very loud. Very good composition on the track, but the kick and bass needs to be better. Yeah, I guess the main synths are always there. I felt sometimes there is a little bit too much going on at any given time. But honestly, yes, I think if you get this a clear mix, then maybe the musical ideas could work out. Right, it's the part of your musical idea at the end of the day is going to be your mix, even though that is something that happens after the musical idea is finished. Like, you cannot really mix before you have all of the sounds that you're going to mix against, right? It is still true that within the mix you can change and improve the musical idea to a point where a musical idea where you would say like, oh, this doesn't really make sense. If you give it a little bit more space, a little bit, just a little bit more power, I guess, in the mix, it might be enough for the listener to do understand it, to maybe make out the rhythm that they previously couldn't make out in the mix. That kind of stuff is really, really important to take into account. One of the things that you have to keep telling yourself is, if you're adding elements, is like, okay, how am I going to mix this in? How am I going to make sure that I can put this element in the track to such an extent that it doesn't overpower any of the other elements, and it doesn't get overpowered by any of the other elements that are already in the track, right? If you cannot get in between those two extremes, either your element sounds overpowering or you feel like you don't get the details out of it that you want the listener to hear, then it's probably too full of a track to put that element in at that point. I don't think this would sound good on the bigger speaker system. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. This is going to have many, many issues. To be honest, not even on the bigger speaker system. I heard some issues on my headphones. So this is all mix-wise related. It just needs a massive improvement in the mix. For these people where the musical ideas are very nice, they just have issues with the mix part of it. One thing that I can recommend that I don't often show is the fact that I also offer mixing services over on my website. Yes, I do have a website, but it's a little bit shitty. Projectorsound.com. If you want mixing services, you just scroll down up until here until you see the mixing services PDF, and there you'll find all of the details about my mixing services and how you can contact me in order to get your stuff mixed by me. Do you have, guys, any recommendations for studio monitors? I like my Adam Audio A7T? 7, or is it T7V, right? Yes, Adam Audio T7V is what I have. And I like them. They sound nice. And it feels like the music that I make on them translates well and makes people happy. And that's all that matters. Nice to know that you're on Adams. Yeah, I got them less than a year ago. My first pair of monitors. Many people were surprised to learn when I, in January, posted the video on my first ever monitors. People were so surprised that I was mixing and doing all of the stuff that I was doing on like little Logitech speakers still. It's just about experience and knowing your gear. It's about spirit, yeah. My iced tea isn't sufficiently sweet. That's annoying. I'll have to do a whole stream with dull tasting iced tea. Cool. Okay. Next person for the feedback is Con with Falling Dreams. We have a new submission. Is that a Patreon? No, it isn't. Otherwise, you would have just skipped the guy here. No. Falling Dreams by Con. I have to turn this up to maybe. No, this seems to be loud enough. Weak tea, yes. sounds cool up until this point. My only big question is, where was the bass line in all of this? Because I hear the kick, and I do hear a bass line, but it feels like very weak and under there, like it's trying to hide. I would definitely give that a little bit more. I would also try to get a little bit more sub and warmth out of that bass line personally. Feels a little bit on the cold side, this mix. When all of the cymbals and all of that stuff was playing on top of it. Is this techno? I don't think so. I would say this is probably like house, right? Bit of a random turnaround there. Yeah, here the bass line is definitely trying to hide in all of this. The track is lacking a little bit of warmth in this area here. Like it has the sub of the kick clearly, but there's not really anything else going on in this area. If this is melodic techno, then what is house? I thought this would be house. Right? Overall, very nice track, very nice idea. I hope it will become longer, because I feel like it's mostly a break up until this point. Like there's a big break in the middle. There was a little bit of an intro, so that would be DJ'd out, and an outro that would be DJ'd out. So I hope maybe another drop would be nice somewhere. Just extending this to maybe like 5-ish minutes. And other than that, the thing about the bass that I said, that the bass really feels weak in this track and it doesn't really give any energy to the track. So that can definitely be improved. Yeah, more like house. Okay, so I do know what house is then. I will never own one, but at least I know what it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we're flying through them today. Very nice. I also like that now that I have send your tracks using in my Discord. Send your tracks in my Discord. It should be. Now that I have that in my title, we get a lot fewer people asking where to send their tracks or how to send their tracks. They'll just go for the Discord link, and for some reason they're able to find it all. Like all of the new people have been able to find. I guess it's because I show the channel name on stream here. But for those people that are in chat and are unsure, yes, you can go into the link in the description and then scroll down in Discord all the way until feedback on stream. Click over here, read the rules, and then you submit your music. Okay, so we move on with Enroll the Veal here, which has a SoundCloud.
What is the most vicious obscenity ever perpetrated on mankind?
Why does your thing then not show like this?
The Holocaust. Dictatorship. No. It's the tool with which all that wickedness is built. Outrage.
Are you making a psytrance track on the Holocaust?
Their work, they call upon their how-tos. Never mind your own needs, they say. Think of the needs of whoever. Say, or not the needs of God.
Lack of music today is probably Christmas Rush. Maybe. Again, very, very dark mix. I'm not a big fan of this. Can see the transient is probably going to need to be like here. Usually where the bass is also where the transient is, and this transient is really a lot lower. I was trying to look for the cleanliness, but yeah, I cannot see that this is resampled either. I'm assuming that this and this would be where the transients would, yeah, okay. You can see some bleeding into the kick drum, so you would definitely need to resample it. While you're doing that, also make sure that you give the bass a little bit of extra high end. A little bit of a nice actual click coming from it would be nice, and in this case everything above like 500 Hz is practically cut off. Are you also playing kicks on top of bass notes? Yeah, there's a bass note playing here. Otherwise, why would the transit look like this? Why are you doing that to yourself? Stop it. Get some help. It's not even like it doesn't have anything above 500 Hz, it's just that from 500 Hz it suddenly becomes very, very loud. And then even everything that's after there is not really a click, it's just the filter like slightly closing on it, but very late. So there's the second oscillation in here. Can I zoom in horizontally? No, right? I'll try to see if you can sometimes see, yeah, maybe here it kind of shows up. I don't know if the YouTube compression and all of that kind of stuff, if it actually shows for you guys, but you can kind of see two lines in here. Those are going to be the first and the second click of the saw wave that this bass is made from. Right, with all of the phase dispersion and all of that stuff, we do expect that to be like slightly later and whatnot, but technically speaking, it should still be a click. And if we get a good example of it later, I'll point it out into another track as well. Normally what you'll see for every bass note that plays in here, that there's going to be one click, and then that the second click is going to maybe like start from here, somewhere lower, whatnot. Like that filter is rapidly closing on the start. But what some people do is they keep their filter open for a long time so that that second oscillation also comes through it, basically at the same frequency, right? The same maximum frequency, I guess. And I really don't like that sound. I really like it when it just has a nice click to it. It has a nice like tack sound to it, as opposed to like, because that is kind of the feeling that you get with those multiple clicks in there. I can see great future for this. Thank you. Real axial tilt. Yes, real. Is that somebody that I'm also supposed to know, or? Ah, he's saying real to that. Ah, Aha. Not to the stream. Ah. Kick and bass and hi-hats are clearly louder than the rest of the track, in my opinion. Yeah, overall to me it sounded like a very dark mix, and I didn't notice the hi-hats being overly loud. Yeah, a little bit on the loud side, but the main problem area is gonna be the kick and bass, right? You can see this is way louder than we would expect if this was following a normal Spectrum, and even because the Spectrum here. Can you stop doing this clicky stuff, please? Like the Spectrum that you see here versus the Spectrum that you see, for example, here. This is always full, right? The lowest few harmonics are always full, and then there's a few gaps starting to appear here, and these become a little bit quieter, and then here it is just the click of the kick drum and nothing in between. If you look on that Spectrum over here, it looks like it's like nicely curving off as it should, but that is all just this click existing there. If you take out this click, I know for a fact that this Spectrum is going to be much lower over here. So that Spectrum is going to be even more out of balance. So it's not just good enough to look at the Spectrum like this and make sure that everything is balanced, which might be what you're doing. But there, something like a waterfall display will also work nice. And just using your ears, like just because the Spectrum here says that it's balanced, if you hear that it's unbalanced, like you would clearly hear in this track, then you just need to make adaptations. All my fundamentals are good now. No. As I said, there is a massive imbalance in the Spectrum. Also, the kick and bass wasn't resampled. Or at least it wasn't clean. Maybe you resampled it and put some filters on it afterwards, but it was definitely not clean. You were also playing kicks on top of your bass line, which I pointed out while it was playing. So all of that stuff I would consider fundamentally unsound ideas for production. I wouldn't consider that fundamentally good, to be honest. Okay, cool. Next up, how long have I been? It's been an hour. Can go a little longer before we go into a break. This is one of my Infinity projects, and I'd like to hear what you guys think of it. I tried to bounce this over and over again, but due to this project's massive size, my automations are messed up. But here goes nothing. Also, there is one vocal sample used, but I've bought the rights to it. Okay, cool. Lose Everybody does not exist. What probably happened here is that you shared a private track which has a URL that looks like this with its public URL, which doesn't work. So what you need to do is you need to go in your track. Let me go to my SoundCloud so that I can show you. You need to go in your track to anything that is private. You can see you have this URL over here. If I take this URL and I go to a different window that is not me, I cannot see this because it's a private track. If you want to share a private track, you can go this and then copy that over. And this link will be significantly longer, as you can see there. By the way, for the people that want to wonder, this is like my first live set that is now over on Eclipse. A test version of that. Not that you guys are missing out on anything super cool that I normally keep private. Technically, you guys could go to it if you really wanted to type in the link. If you could just update the link in this message over here by editing this one, then we can get into it. Okay, so it's added here. Perfect. Antras with Love Everybody. I can play it from here. 13 minutes. Holy moly. Nice happy sound so far. I'm assuming that I'm gonna need to boost this, but I'll do that once the drop starts to play. Very aggressive kick for such a happy track. Nice clean bass lines, as you can see over here. Every time when I resample later, I go compare it to some reference and then I realize some changes and sample kick or bass is gone. Yeah, that's because you start to compare your track to other people's tracks after you resample. You have to do that before it and then you're gonna be all good. And then you have to make sure that you don't fall back into that. Overall, a bit more of an old school vibe that you're going for, I think. I like that at least there's one melody kind of ducks out of the way of the vocal.
And we just simply have to do something drastically different from the do-gooding that has been going on all over this nation.
But even here your vocal has difficulty cutting through the mix. Overall, nice and groovy. Nice sound design. I like this pluck that came in this area over here that was kind of like rising up at the beginning. Now it's starting to become a little bit too chaotic and I would probably remove the pluck already. What I'm also noticing is that you're not doing any fills. There's never like a 1 bar stop. I guess here there is. Even though even that is not really a fill because the drums kept going. There's never really a moment of pause in the kick and bass and the drums. So it becomes very continuous and boring. And with not enough fills. Yes. Like here where we have a change of idea, right? Now we're getting into a sculpt. That is a moment where I give the listener a little bit of rest and then you get them into there. As opposed to just keeping the kick and bass and all of the drums going. Nice key change. I like that. Not sure I'm a fan of the constant key changes in here though. Feel like the key is a little bit jumping all over the place here. I would probably keep this at the stable key, especially if the musical idea like this is opening up itself. Yeah, here having the key changes in the bass doesn't really fit, I think. Up with the very end of the vector scope, very high end looks like are being cut. The vector scope is this one here. I'm assuming you mean the spectrum, in which case yes, it does get cut. This is probably an MP3 render. Was wave render actually? Oh, then it can be the case that because you put it on SoundCloud, that SoundCloud does the compression. It's technically the same compression as MP3, but it's just done by SoundCloud, I think, for their internal file format that they use for the streaming. You can almost write letters in here with the little tails that you have there. E E E E E S E E E E. That's what I'm seeing now. Once you upload, they convert to MP3 for a fast listen experience. I highly doubt it's an MP3, since MP3 isn't designed to be streamed. But it's something like that, yes. Maybe VBR MPP. To be honest, I don't know too much about it. I just know that there's like small differences. From a practical standpoint, I don't even think that it really matters. Because I think they are all going to use the same compression algorithm that cuts off above 16K, which is where this cutoff starts to happen. At 16K it starts to drop. All of that is gonna be the same, I think, between those various streaming formats that exist versus an MP3 versus some of the other ones as well. In my opinion, I just listened to 3 tracks in one. Yeah, it's a little bit uncanny valley because of the amount of key changing that you're doing and stuff like that. That's really not Psytrance-esque. And then having a very, very aggressive kick drum. Like this kick drum suggests to me that you're gonna have like ripping FM sounds and very dark bassline under it or something like that, but none of that is the case. Uber punchy kick drum and everything else is like light and soft and kind of floaty around everything. happening here? There's like a rhythm that isn't in rhythm. Okay. Still going. Still going. I would like to know what the musical idea is behind like the last 40 seconds of this track of just some high frequency washing. Why isn't that 10 seconds long? Overall, I think this track is too long. I think you're trying to do a little bit too much. I think it's sometimes a little bit too chaotic. I think there is sometimes a little bit too much key changing and that kind of thing happening. But overall, if you tone it down a little bit, I think this could be a very, very cool idea. I do have to keep track of where I am at now. So I'm here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for after the break. Nice. Okay. That means that I'm gonna put on some music for you guys. Let's see. There's some tracks in here that I really don't want to, or that I really shouldn't spoil. But I think I have played this before. This track. Not in its current state, but I've definitely played like an old version of it. Is this in my... Let me quickly check. Desktop. If it's in my music archive, I can play it for sure. It's definitely not these. That's and yes, okay, so I can play it. Only problem is that this is some individual render. That's not what I need. Okay, that means that I need to find this version of the track in desktop. Here. Okay, and then I need the analyzers. Okay, I'm taking a quick break. And once this track is finished playing, I'll be back. And then we'll continue listening to your guys' music. So stick around for that. For those that don't know and are new to the stream, if you want to support the stream, you can do so right now by checking out the sale that you can see in the pinned message in the chat. There's 2 links there. One is for Gumroad, where you'll need a promo code to get 30% off all of my products. And the other one is PayHip, where the discount is automatically applied. This one runs up until the end of the year. So you still have a little bit of time, but of course, you might forget. So if there's something that you really want to get, maybe do it now, as you're being reminded. Knowing myself, I definitely have lost out on some good deals just by forgetting that they existed. Another thing that comes with that, should I say anything else? No, I don't think so. I think this should be good now. Yeah, okay. So I'm taking a quick break. Once the track is finished, I'll be back, and then we'll continue listening to your music. Links for both things are in the description for the or in the chat pinned thing.
and can provide for everyone the way of life.
May your stream stay intact. I hope so too. Yes. Nice stream break, baseline is that. Thank you. Does he take bathroom breaks at 145 BPM? Yes. Yes, I do. I pee exactly at 145 BPM. Okay, we currently have another 9 tracks, because the next one that we need to go to is Tisla. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We've listened to the Antras track, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can never find this sniper. Nice snipe. I don't know if that was your goal, but yes, you sniped that message. I don't know what it means, but you're welcome. So yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tracks here. So I think I'm just gonna listen to those and then close the queue here. Unless somebody wants to actually submit now. I'll give you like 30 seconds. If you're really fast, you get to submit another one. Otherwise, you're too late for today. Okay. Let me close it, and then we'll listen to these 9 tracks, and then I'm going to make wavetables for the rest of the night. So edit, There. Yes. So it's closed now. Perfect. Now people know. So that means that next up we have Unspeakable World by Tisla. Very nice artwork here. Looks very cool. Let's hope the track is equally cool. I lost a lot of people during the break somehow. People really didn't like my music apparently this time around. Bit simple sound here with the saw wave just pitching up like that.
You'll never hear what anybody else has to say. And therefore all you'll have to talk about is your own conversation.
Really not a fan of these rhythm changing sounds either when the kick is playing, when something rhythmical is
When I
playing.
use the word think, talking to yourself, sub-vocal conversation, the constant chit-chat of symbols and images, talk, words, so you stop. Now if you do that all the time, you'll find that you've nothing to think about except thinking.
Nice clean kick and bass. You're not doing so much processing that you're gonna get any phase issues. So even if this is a MIDI, you wouldn't need to clean that up. Unless you decide to do more processing or whatever. Cool sound design so far, but I'm not a fan of the filter immediately coming in at the start of a section there. At the start of, right after a fill. Overall, with the lot of 8 notes being used and the like galloping bass line, this track feels fairly slow for its BPM. Which is, I don't know if that's what you wanted to go for. Another thing that I noticed is that you almost always very how would you say that? Like distinctly use a formant filter. That being said, formant filters are fairly distinct in the type of sound that they're going to create by their nature. But it's like somebody always using a comb filter in every single track very clearly in one of the main sounds.
You will come into immediate contact with what Gordievsky called, so delightfully, the unspeakable world.
Random hats, yay! This sound sounds unnaturally far away, especially for a main sound. I'm a big fan of stereo width, but I don't know how you're doing it here. That makes it sound so extremely far away. Also, do we need a 32 at every bar? I feel like that's one of those accents that you want every once in a while, like every 8 bars maybe. And even then, it's probably a funner accent to do just once in one part of a track. It's no longer here, but in that last loop there was like plays that faster rhythm a little bit too much. Maybe some middle synth to complement the far away synth. I would just make the far away synth more in your face. Is it far away? Yes. It sounds like it's coming from the back of the room, which for main sound you really don't want because it needs to be in your face. Here as well, all of the main synth sounds sound like they're coming from behind me in the studio very far away. As opposed to like a little bit from the screen and a little bit from everywhere. You still want like a nice width to it, but the way that you generate that width matters a lot. I think that you're using a lot of reverb for your width generation, for generating stereo width, right? Either reverb or choruses do this. When it comes to actually like creating a synth, what I'd like is to use something which is just a stereo width enhancer, because this isn't going to add any distance to the sound. It's just going to make it wide without it sounding very much different. Right, so this is saw wave. Completely mono. Would be very in your face, but would be too mono for what we like. Right? So we make it a bit stereo. It's still in your face. It's just coming a little bit from there, not just like very narrowly from right in front of you, right? But it's still like in your face. I can make this ultra wide. I can make this way too wide for like a good mix. But it's still in your face. It's coming kind of all around you, but it's still like strong, right? If I now take something like M Stereo Generator, this already has a little bit of a reverb character to it. If I go like this, I think. Yeah. This is way more in a room already, right? You can hear the actual, I guess, reflections. Take something like and this one is making it way narrower still. If you want to have the same width, we don't even get to the same width here. You would literally need to boost stuff in the EQ to go in order to get to the same amount of width that our much more in our face stereo spread was providing us, just by using a different process. So the process that you use to stereonize your sound is very important for the front to back depth of the sound. And in your case, Tisla, I hear that basically every sound that should be placed as a main element in the mix is being pushed very far back into the dimension of the mix. Not so much in just like the volume of the mix and that kind of stuff, but more, I guess, the spaces that you're trying to emulate. M stereo spread, I would like to own that, but the cost. Yes. Polyverse Wider is indeed great for this and free, but you cannot use it for things like basses. It sounds like ass on a bass line, and M stereo spread is amazing for bass lines. It's the only plugin I trust stereonizing my bass lines, and I use this on every bass line. So yeah, the difference in stereo widening uh, like the different plugins that you have is it's very nice to have multiple, first of all, and it's very nice to have a bunch of different like algorithms. Like we have mStereo Spread here and mStereo Generator, which are two different algorithms. I don't think this is also one that makes a mono sound wider. I think this just, if you already have a stereo sound, makes it wider. Right? Yes. Yeah, so this is... I guess it comes with a high pass, so that's nice. But this isn't something that makes a mono sound stereo. That is what you need, and however many algorithms you have for that, the more you have, the better. If we just look into my stereo folder, you can see I have tons of different stereo-related tools. I do have wider, it's just not in this list. That is how little I use it. I do also like Dimension Expander. If you want a free widening tool, Dimension Expander also makes things wider, and it puts stuff in a room. So this would be not for what you want, Tisla, because it adds those first reflections. You can make the room a bit bigger. It's very unnatural hearing only the first reflection of a sound. Okay, cool. Next up we have Hasegawa with a just sound, not even a track. It's just sound. At least that's what it's titled. So that's what we'll listen to. Okay, sounds like a saturated kick drum. Techno. Usually in techno we don't have these kind of snares, I think. I say we, but I'm not a techno producer. That's just one of the comments I got on one of the video in which I tried to make techno. I don't really call it side techno. This is literal techno. I know there's like a sidetrance bass line in there, but that doesn't really make it sidetrance, I would say. There isn't really any psychedelic elements in here, I would say. There's some very cool sound design. A lot of flashing in here. In the low frequencies, from time to time there's extra elements generating low frequencies. I don't like how loud this one synth gets, that screechy synth that is building up here. feel like this is still a build-up, so here I would filter in the kick and lower it a little bit in volume. This is not the part yet where people are dancing, so the kick should probably not have full impact yet. But when you do get the part where people start to dance, get full impact on the kick.
Music is not sound.
Very bassy vocals there.
Organizing emotions into
It's a premix, yeah. I can tell. You definitely have the sound design skills and the music writing skills where you can tell, like, this person should have better ears for a mix than what they're presenting here. Two things to keep in mind during the mixing of this track. Dynamics. And I'll wait. Dynamics. Oh yeah, and the low frequencies. You sometimes have elements in there that still have a ton of low frequencies that really don't need them. So that's the second thing that I would take a look at. Music-wise, the more production side of things, I didn't even really listen to that, to be honest. So I would say that's a good sign. That means that there's nothing standing out to the point that it bothers me. So that's nice. Overall, yeah, very, very good track. Next up, Round and Round. Ok.
Quanto vale la tua auto? Su noicompriamoauto.it puoi scoprirlo online in modo.
This is terrible. I'm gonna ban YouTube from submission things if they get me to watch ads in between my tracks. Also, I would like to turn up the volume, please. Thank you. You can now show ads, but you can no longer set up the volume. Here? Why? Not really a fan of the hard panning. I don't know why you would need a hard panned cello just to the right of the track here.
The beat goes round, round.
Sounds pretty strong. I don't like the snare. It's a bit on the thin side. Also very heavy issues with phase here. So this track could have been a lot louder, a lot better. Either there's phase shift happening inside of YouTube's playback that is causing all of the transients to be like... I would imagine that this would be mastered, right? But it doesn't seem squashed. It is loud for its level, but it's not like squashed because everything still has a little bit of dynamics left. It's definitely not something that you want for this kind of music. normally speaking. But it almost feels like this may have to do with phase shift app being introduced in YouTube somehow. This sounds like a pour of creativity and not caring about the technicals. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you do have to care at some point. And preferably before uploading it to YouTube. Right? Again, not a fan of the harp panning here.
Beat goes round, round.
I think you're layering kick on bass here. That's not something that I would go for. Is it? This one step is very, very loud. You can even see it being louder than the rest of the subs here. Oh, I like that idea with the crash every other beat. I'm definitely stealing that.
The beat goes round, round.
Why is it the beat goes round round and not the beat goes round 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 together with the rhythm of the kick that you usually use to announce the drop happening? It was a bit of a strange decision. I do think that you're right, X-Sync. I do think that this is just somebody who one day had a really big creative energy, and they spent that whole day working on this track, forgot about all of the technical stuff, and at the end of the day they exported this. Musically speaking, this is really cool. There's a lot of cool things in there. There's a lot of cool things that you're doing switch up wise and that kind of stuff. I also like the different bass lines that you're using and that kind of stuff. All very, very cool. But I would like to recommend that for anybody that thinks like, oh, all you need is the creativity. Would you live in a house designed purely by an architect and never looked at by any form of engineer? I don't think you would. And I think the same should be true with music to an extent. Yes, the creative part is very, very important, how it looks, how it sounds, right? But if the thing stays up once you go living in it or once you start playing it, that is equally important, and that's where the technical sides come in. That is where the engineers, either real engineers or mixing engineers, come in. And that, therefore, that part is also very, very important. So when it's like a pouring out of creativity, I really like that. I wish you had uploaded it in the form of a file or something like that, and you were saying like, oh, I still need to do the mix and I still need to check out some of the later details, but now it's up on YouTube and it's released, so you cannot really do that anymore. There's like a whole family passing by the studio. Okay, next up we have one more track, then we have to skip this one, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, perfect. Okay, Lunar Bar 2.0 Remastered.mp3. Another 10-minute track. Some ghosts know an actual family. I know them. friendly people, they just have 2 little children, so there is a lot of screaming whenever they pass by. Why does this bass have so little? Black, why does this track have so little? Why does this track have nothing above 10k? Oh, I guess it only has some of the effects in here, that the hats have been completely cut off there. I mean, I like the vibe that you're going for here. I'll recommend you a reference track that is almost scarily similar to what you're trying to do here. A little lower still, I think. Yes, Lonely Forest Kopfgeister remix is almost identical to the vibe that you're going for here, I would say. A bit more lighter, musically speaking, but also the mix you'll hear, it's a lot brighter. And this track is very, very dark, very sub-heavy. Dark Side is my thing. This isn't Dark Side though. This is just a very dark progressive track. What is this extra sub bit that plays when the kick doesn't play? What's the point of that? Okay, Dark Side. Yeah. Dark Side would definitely be very, very different from this. It would be faster, it would have a tighter bassline, probably a rolling bassline, and completely different sound design. You wouldn't have the big vocals, that kind of thing that you have on here. Yeah, that was again like a strange sub here. Like in a different key or something. Random, inaudible vocal. I wonder if this track is gonna have a break. Because it's already way too long in the drop now. I think it might just go for 10 minutes straight with just kick and bass after each other. Like people don't need to rest. break comes. Yeah, my point, I guess, my point was partially about the break itself as well, asking about that. But more the idea that for 5 minutes the kick and bass has now been playing without any form of rest, which doesn't really work well. I hate that in dark sounding techno or whatever genres they wanna add some inaudible witchcraft frequencies. It's nonsense in my opinion. I've never heard that. There's no point going below 20 Hz. Yeah, that's true, I guess. That's not gonna be reproduced. Although reproduction and the usual for frequency isn't the same thing. Is audio from 20 Hz to 40 Hz or the non-audible tone on bass and just the pressure? I do think that I understand what you're trying to say there. That is just pressure that you tend to feel in your body. It's not something that you technically hear with your ears. It's something that you feel with your body. We're still listening to the same saw wave here, that that thing is still the same as the very beginning of the track. Let's just continue to play in basically the same way for every bar, with a little reverb increasing over time. That for 8 minutes is gonna be very, very boring. There's some moments in here, like this vocal happening in here, where it's okay, right, with the change over time. This is nice and interesting, and then after this section we get into another different sound. Right about here. Tack, tack. Yeah, this is where I would add a new sound and take out that vocal pad thing. Overall, I would say that you're spending a lot of time with each individual element, making the track a little bit boring. And the second thing is, as I said before, Lonely Forest Kopfgeiser remix, listen to the brightness of your track versus a reference track like that, which is trying to do basically the same thing as you are trying to do. You can also use that for just general ideas on how elements should progress and how you make sure that elements don't become boring after a while. I say so I must learn make my bass variable. Probably the only elements that you don't have to touch in here. Nice asterisk sampling there, my friend. You're probably gonna get the strike for that, or at least I am going to get the strike for that. There are rules in here. If you're gonna sample one of the most well-known psytrance artists in the world, don't submit them to my feedback stream because you don't own the copyright to that. You cannot just take one of the most iconic fills in psytrance and just put that at the end of your track like that, the way that you did that. Just so you know. Like, just so you know how tightly this works, the music industry, and for people that don't know how copyright works, the fact that that fill played in my stream means that I am technically suable by the people who own the rights to Deep Jungle Walk by Asterix, because of that fill being in there, because I played that on the on the stream. I thought that Psytrance scene is kind to each other. You really don't know how the music industry works. The Psytrance people are kind to each other and the artists are kind to each other, but there's an industry here. At the end of the day, when it comes to an industry, there's money to be made and people are going to do what they want to do in order to get the money that they want to get. I make music for my hobby, fun. I have no problems with copyright. That is the worst thing I have ever heard because it is 100% false. Just because you don't make money with your music doesn't mean anything. That for copyright, nowhere in copyright law does it say that you have an exemption because you do it for fun. I broke the law for fun, so therefore it's fine. No. If you break into somebody's house, don't steal anything, and then leave again, you're still gonna get arrested for burglary. Burglary. Even though you technically didn't steal anything. You just broke into their house. It's the same with copyright. Just because you don't make money off your music, if you're too stupid to make money while doing a crime, that's not an excuse for that crime being okay. That's all that, like for the law, that's all that says, right? Just because... The misconception that because you don't make money, therefore the copyright rules don't apply. Like a defense lawyer, somebody that's on the other side of the courtroom is going to say, yeah, he didn't make any money off his copyright theft, but it's still copyright theft. So we still want to make money from that, right? In the same way that if you steal somebody, if you break into somebody's house and you don't steal anything and you leave again, that people can still sue you for, or they can still go after you for the fact that you broke into their house. Not because you were, to say it like that, too stupid to steal anything while you were breaking in. That doesn't mean that the crime is okay. So, in regards to copyright, keep that out of your head. That's very, very dangerous to think like that. And also, second thing, again, if there are rules to something, don't break them by submitting stuff that you don't own the copyright to, if you know that. Like it was clear as day that was an Asterixville, right? That's not something that is debatable or anything. It's not like you mangled up the sample in a way where you can say like, oh, I can kind of recognize the sample in there. It was just the raw sample. Anyway, yeah, the more important part that I would actually want to carry with you is that you would need to look at making your tracks more interesting over time. I don't think that this track needs to be 10 minutes long of yours. And then you need to very carefully look at the mix and listen to a reference track to see how extremely dull your mix is in that it doesn't have a lot of high frequency content. Okay, next up, just a recent track I started 2 days ago by Mind B. I think I've heard the kick and bass for this one, and not much more. I've definitely not heard this. This sounds very cool. Little extra detail rhythm behind it is very nice. Few one shots in here, like ding-a-ling-a-ling, and that then delaying out or whatever. Very loud one shot. I do think the FM synths could probably come through this a little bit stronger. Really like the flanger noise though that you're doing here. Honestly, I know you're a melody man, mind me, but I would remove this melody. This sounds like the kind of track where you really need to stay in a single tone and focus a bit more on the aggression, I guess. Cool stuff towards the end here, nice and glitchy there. Is this the same track as the rolling bassline that you sent me a while ago and you just changed the bassline to this? That like Burn in Noise track that you were working on? Because I think like Burn in Noise is a very good example of... yeah, it is, okay. Because I think Burn in Noise is a very good example of the kind of guy that doesn't really tend to do a lot of melodic stuff. As far as I know. I don't listen too much to him. He does have, I think, like an occasional very simple, you know, just standard 16-note ARP kind of thing, like an old school Goa sound with a big phaser on it, that kind of deal. But I feel like he does more in the FM synths and the like very glitchy sound design. Is he a melodic guy? Oh. The unnecessary melody could have been moved to the end of this demo. I mean, it's gonna have the same kind of issue there in that it just kind of comes in and stands out from the rest of the sound design, I guess. His preset pack for Serum is only leads for melody. Ah. I have that preset pack. I should have known that. Yes, you're right. You're right. I should have known that. There's melody, there's ARPs in there. I know. Okay. Next up, we have MP here. Something trancey that I've been working on. Let's have a listen to Trancy 4.4. So this is certainly gonna be trancey because it's trancey and in 4.4. Very low frequency rumble for no reason. Why is this so loud? This has gotten to the point where it is so loud it becomes boring. Like I'm completely chill. I'm not even dancing with my foot, which I'm normally doing, even when the track is a little bit worse from some people, just because there's no dynamics to dance to here. Not yet mixed. What do you mean? This is mastered. This is squashed to death. What else do you want to do? Just a soft flipper for the moment. Why? I'm sorry, but what's the point? Actually, what is the point of this kind of loudness? Because this is squashed to the point where it would be like dubstep is like this. You know what I mean? Where it's just a kick hitting, and then it's just bass gonna be there. It's just gonna be one sound that needs to go cut through everything, so you just clip everything. That I can understand. Okay, but here we're setting up a melody. Right? Now we get into it, it's so loud we cannot even hear the melody. There's also no pause before this kick starts to play, no indication that it's going to play. Either it just kind of starts. Probably because I was producing hardcore before that. I'm an ex-raw style producer and I've never done anything this loud. Dude comes in here. Even hardstyle, we aren't like this, guys. Yeah, it's too loud, I get it. I cannot really focus on anything else. I try to give you I can give you feedback on the musical idea, but I can hardly concentrate with how loud it is. Okay, yeah. There's probably more that I could say if I tried to really focus, but I highly doubt that you can hear any of the details that I would cover anyway. Because how would you be able to concentrate to even something like this? Like, this is way too loud for what you're, I think, trying to do. Right? Like trance, it does have a little bit of a punchy kick drum in it, but this was like just distorting heavily, as we pointed out. So this is definitely way too loud. And to be honest, because of that, honestly, I didn't really hear anything else other than your idea of without any form of rhythmical elements in the build-up and without any fill to immediately go into the kick and bass. That was one of the reasons why it was so overwhelming. There was absolutely 0 seconds of preparation for the kick and bass in both the first drop and the second drop when they happened. I mean, it's supposed to be hard, but it's definitely too loud. Okay, so like hard trance then, I guess, is what you're trying to make. Because trance if you want this to become trance, you can turn it down by 12 dB. So that means that with a quarter of the volume, you probably have an okay level for your master. If assuming all of the distortion is coming from that soft clipper that you talked about. And you're not just also already like distorting the kick drum and whatnot. -7 loves is pretty loud already. We're kind of past that point here. At this point, with how hard you're pushing things, it's not so much about your love targets. It's just about how much depth you're losing in your mix. Because I can probably get a terrible sounding mix that is uber loud, right? That is that -2 dB that they're using in dubstep, or higher still if you really want to. Technically, the maximum limit is around like 6 LUFS, plus 6 LUFS, so not minus, but plus. Dan Worrell made it up until almost 3 LUFS by clipping every sample to either full scale positive or full scale negative as a statement. For those that don't know, Dan Worrell is like a mixing engineer who also does some YouTube videos on the side, but he is really well known for just knowing everything about mixing at this point. And secondly, he does these, every once in a while, he does like a little protest thing where he uploads a mix that is clearly supposed to be terrible, but because there's no industry standard, we now have a new Dan Worrell mix. He also makes good music, not to say that that's the only thing that he does, but he does sometimes do a little trolling like that, which I can very much appreciate. And so that is kind of the vibe that I was getting from this track as well, is that you were trying to do that as a protest to people having ears that they like. What you decided to do was you decided to make a track that A, was super, super loud, and B, did not announce the loud parts before they were coming in any way whatsoever. Like, as I said, the first time that the kick happened, I genuinely got like jump scares from it. Because it was loud and unexpected. There's no build up in the musical idea. There's no indication of, oh, here is the rhythm is coming, here we can already hear the kick and bass starting to build below. You know how they often do that in sidetracks. That kind of introduction never really happened in this track. So it was even more overwhelming to hear that extreme loudness. Loris, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I have one of my hardcore productions coming up in the submissions. I guess it's way too loud as well. We'll have to see. But even for hardcore, there is something as being too loud, yes. Okay, but first we'll listen to Turen here with this ID. Work in progress track, side track. No master, looking for tips on the mix. Okay. Very first tip is I would give it an intro. The track just kind of starts. Also, the bass is not there. Why is the kick doing this, going up? Why is the bass so super quiet? I really just hear and then like a slight background track. Honestly, here's a mix tip if this is the level where you're at with your mixes. Open up an analyzer. Open up a waveform like this and see if you're getting a similar look to, for example, the dynamics as, I don't know, a reference track. Can do the same with the spectrum. Does my spectrum look significantly brighter? Does my spectrum look significantly darker? I think in this case the spectrum is pretty much okay, but the kick is very overpowering. mean, if I listen to the rest of the elements, they sound nicely balanced. They could have a bit more bite. Everything feels a little bit soft and safe now. If you want a mixing tip for that, that usually comes down to soft saturation, just a little bit of extra high frequencies, a little bit of extra transients, a little bit of extra compression on everything, those kind of things. Again, we have a bass line that is not very strong in regards to the kick, or the kick is too loud for everything else, I guess. It's not even that bad, because the drums are pretty well balanced with the kick. At least with its transient, it's just that the sub is a little bit too loud for the kick and the kick is a little bit too loud for the track, so it's a bit hard to see exactly what's going on here. And again, I just want to quickly point out that another mixing tip that you can always use is that you can just hire me. You'll find more information on that on my website. If you just scroll down a little bit, you'll find mixing services as a chapter on there, and that will give you all of the information in a nice PDF. And if you have more questions, then you can of course always contact me. Bit of a strange moment to switch to triplets. It feels a little bit like another one of those producers that went like, okay, we need all of the cool stuff, we need triplets, we need square bass, we need strong rolling bass. Wait. Why did you play triplets if you weren't going to go into triplets with your bass line? Still working on an intro for sure. That's very, very important, yes. Can you elaborate on the triplets you mentioned? This was triplets, no? This is triplets. The rest of your track is which is 4 notes per beat. So those rhythms don't match. You would expect a bass line to do below that, and not like you have here, which is 4 notes. So it's strange that for a little bit of time you indicated, okay, we're going to be into triplets now, and then it went back into the rhythm that it was before. What I would honestly do is I would skip the triplets in this track. I would just stay with the rolling pattern, the 4-note pattern. Reactor just wanted to thank you for your massive work. You're our best. Thank you. Does the signature Squeaky Wah Wah Transient have a name? I think that's it. I think the official name of the Squeaky Wah Wah Transient is Squeaky Wah Wah Transient. For sure agree with the rolling bass pattern. Do you think the square bass section works for the track? I guess you can make it work. How long is this track? Hello? I don't want to play other tracks by this guy. I want to play this track. 6 minutes 40. Oh, this is so annoying. And then the square bass comes in here. Yeah, it doesn't work like that without any form of setup. What I would do is, first of all, write your structure out. You're probably going to end up with a 3-drop structure, which is going to look somewhat like this. So what will happen is that you'll have an intro. It is very important that you write your intro structure at least, but probably just your intro before you get your track to the stage that it's currently in for you, where you're like towards the end of production, towards the end of the rest of the idea, and then you have to write an intro. Because at that point, you have like a whole track sitting here, and then you have to say like, oh, how long can my intro be in order for the track not to be too long? You know what I mean? You don't want to get into the situation where you have an idea for 32 bars of intro, and then you measure out 32 bars and you're like, oh wait, that makes my track way too long. That's not what I want. But in this case, you're gonna have a drop 1, which is, like we all know, going to consist of probably segments of 16 bars. In this case, 15 bars of kick and bass, and then the 16th bar is the fill. So you'll have a couple of these, and these in your case are going to be the rolling bass lines. Then for the last one, what you'll probably have is that this is very, very high energy, because this is where you get to spend a lot of time building up the energy. So these last few drops over here, there's where all of the big synths are happening, and this is where all of the one-shots and the smaller synths are happening and whatnot. So that means that you can nicely go into a build-up over here. And in this build-up, you can already introduce the rhythm / the pattern for the square bass line. That means that once you get into the fill over here, say that the fill happens right about here, 4 bar. Again, fill. And we then go into the drop. We already know what rhythm we are going to expect, what we're going to get from the next drop here. Because over here, for example, in the build-up, you already have the tune, 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 whatever the rhythm was of the square bass, kind of coming in, kind of telling the listener, hey, listen up, this is something that you get to expect here. Then you do something like this, 2 segments of drop, and this is where you go into your breakdown. And then from here, you can basically just copy this over, make this your outro, and then your fade out. And now we have a nice 7 minutes and 20 track, exactly kind of in the sweet spot where you want to get for Psytrance. And of course, this is gonna be, breakdown has to be probably like this then, where you have like an actual short breakdown and then a longer build up. Again, over here, you can get rid of the fill and transition nicely at the transition point. That usually sounds better. And then here in your build-up, you probably want a fill of like 4 bars, maybe 8 bars even. But that, of course, would make the track slightly longer. But that's kind of how you would structure something like this. And this would be the place where you have some space for the square bass, because for one, that means that the DJ can mix it in over here on a rolling bass line, mix it out over here in a rolling bass line, and in between there's going to be the square. So that means that your square bass is always going to get played in a mix. And secondly, on both sides, it is flanked by a little bit of a pause that gives you enough time to transition into the next idea that is going to play in the track. Right, in this case, you have a little breakdown. This is where, you know, you have a little bit of pads. You have nothing rhythmical, no sequences, no melodies, that kind of stuff playing. That kind of comes back in over here. They are helping with the build-up. They're all rising up and up and up and up. And then they go into the fill, and this is where you reintroduce the rolling bass. Whatever. should be pretty easy, to be honest. But this is kind of the structure that you would go for. The classic 3-drop structure, where the first part is separated by like a small build-up, and then between the second and third part, second and third drops, there's usually a bigger break that gives you a little bit more space to transition and do some cool stuff. Okay. I'll worry about that later. Cool, we have 2 more tracks. One is by Domas over here. Good. By Dolay Bob, Work in Progress. So the work in progress is the artist in this case. As you can see here, not the track. The track is finished, the artist is still being worked on. That's a new one. Never seen that before. Does that mean that this artist isn't born yet? Ooh. Sorry, that was me. I was boosting by 12 dB from the last track. Honestly, I was hoping this was a little bit like actual ambience. Honestly, melodically, I don't see this theme working for psytrance. It's too melodic. It's too... It's also too out of key of what the bassline is currently playing. What's happening? When is the drop? This is a bill? Does that mean that this is the drop? I'm sorry, I'm actually confused by what is happening in the structure here. And you have some really cool sound design. That like synth with that filter on it is sounding so cool. You can do some really cool stuff with that. Why did you decide to put that into this? I'm sorry, I really don't know what to say about this. I am not gonna be able to give any form of cohesive feedback because I'm literally not sure what you're trying to do here. There's reverb on the bass for some reason. There's a kick that is only sub-frequency. Okay, we have the reverb coming in again. Because... What? I don't know. It is, to be honest, it is clear that this is just some beginner that is still messing around and trying to find out exactly how things are supposed to be done. But yeah, then nothing made sense here. Keep producing because definitely still has some ideas. As I said, the sound design in there at that beginning synth Just take that synth and write an ambience track with that. Write an ambience track with this idea here. Great stuff. You have somebody slowly singing on it with a very wide reverb on it, and you can turn that into one of the biggest hits TikTok has ever seen. Because TikTok is gonna love that kind of stuff. That, you know what I mean? The same track as, the same vibe as, what's that track called again? I have it somewhere in a playlist, so I'll be able to find it. But there's many tracks like that. Epic music for epic moments. Let's see. It doesn't go all. I was like, I for sure have saved this track recently because I remember listening to it, but for some reason YouTube only shows you the 200 first tracks or videos in a playlist if you open up the playlist. Because it's like a very specific vibe of like indie pop that I'm trying to reference here. And there's like one or two very famous TikTok trends or tracks, I guess, that are used on TikTok. I guess Joji kind of falls into this style of pop that I have in my head now. But the track that I specifically wanted to mention is called no, where is it? Did I not save this? I guess I never saved this. Yeah. There's this very specific track that I have in my head, and I should probably be able to find the title for it. Somewhere in my memory, somewhere very, very far in my memory. But it's that dark kind of like underground indie pop. You know what I mean? Back to the copyright law, I didn't use any sounds that didn't come from various sound packs. They're all approved before anything comes up. And I didn't use anything from Kopgeister either. I wasn't saying that you used anything from Kopgeister. I suggested that you would need to use that track as a reference. What I'm saying you used, and that's pretty clear to me that you did use the same sound as Asterix did in his track Deep Jungle Walk, and however you square it or slice it, you're not gonna win that lawsuit. Even if what you're saying is 100% true, it doesn't matter if you cannot convince a judge of that. Like, a judge is going to say, hey, that part of the track sounds like this track that the claimant is saying is being used, right? Because they sound the same. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you get there, unless you can, if you have a license file for that particular sound, or for that particular pack that says you can use this royalty-free. If you still have that license somewhere downloaded, then you can use that in a court, and you can use that to convey the judge of your right. Music copyright laws are messed up. No. People are messed up. Nowadays, people think that copyright law doesn't exist or shouldn't exist, and they're wrong. Because protection of intellectual property matters. If the sound is easy to make, but it's trademarked, so you can't use it? Question mark. The fuck? What do you mean trademarked? trademarking is something completely different. It has nothing to do with copyright. Trademarking is for logos and such. It's the intellectual property like logos and whatnot. Yeah, that gets trademarked, but okay, what does it mean for something to be copyrighted? Shadow rates. Let's see if you know this. Let's see if you know actually how copyrights at least somewhat works. I'm not saying that I know exactly how it works or not, but I at least have some idea of how it works. Because you're making a very absolute statement there. Copyright laws are messed up, right? And in the next sentence, you seem to not understand the first thing about copyright law. So I don't know what you're trying to say there. My English isn't that good, but I think I understand correctly what the projector wanted to say. I follow the rules and I know how to deal with copyrights very well. I don't want other people to try to make money with my music. Okay. No, if one of the things that you have to understand is that if you are a small artist, you are always disadvantaged by copyright law. That's just how the world works. Everywhere in the world where people have money, they are going to use the law to a better effect than those that do not have money, because lawyers are fucking expensive and good ones are even more expensive. So at the end of the day, it does not matter that you did not break the rules in acquiring that specific sound at the end of the track. What matters is that it sounds exactly the same as that Asterix track, and a better lawyer is going to tell the judge that that is what matters more than whether you have a license for that sound or not to use that. Because that's what lawyers do. They fight discussions, they have discussions among each other, and somebody, a judge or a jury, is listening to that discussion, and they have to make a judgment at the end of the day, and that judgment is final. So if my bass line sounds the same as Asterix and you play it on stream, will you get a copyright strike? No. And even if so, yeah, then I just dispute the strike. Like, that's not the problem. A copyright system on YouTube is not a problem. You just click a button and it goes away. No, the $100,000 lawsuit, that is where copyright law happens. That is where it works. YouTube isn't an arbiter of copyright. Nobody on YouTube is an arbiter of copyright. That was my question actually about the similarity of sounds. Okay, I get that, but that doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, the YouTube Content ID system doesn't bring out a ruling. They just say like, oh, we have this little dispute. Are we going to court or are we not going to court? Usually people finish those proceedings without going to court, but any one of the two parties could choose at any time to go to court and actually have their case put before a judge and, have a judgment on it, which is where actual copyright is established. If the waveform is 99% the same, it's kind of sus. No, none of that matters. You could even try to do a null test. Try explaining to a judge who has never studied anything technical in his life. He has done the law, which is a social study. Try explaining to them what a null test is and what you're doing and what you're showing with a null test. There's no way any judge is going to understand what a null test is. And even if you get a judge to understand what a null test is, they're not going to be convinced by the argument that because of this null test being true or false, that this sound is not that sound. You can just say, but they sound the same and therefore you stole the idea from them. Because that is a much easier argument to make. That's what's messed up. If me and Aztec happen to use the same sample somehow, YouTube doesn't care. Aztec wins because he is bigger. Yeah, but then you sue Asterix. If he steals something from you and you have a case, then you sue Asterix. Why would YouTube even need to care? YouTube isn't an arbiter of copyright. Hey Projector, the plugin Transgressor 3 is on sale right now for $30. You guys know that I use the version 2, so let's see what version 3 does better. How is this better than 2? Is what I would like to see. What have you improved from version 2? Because this just looks like a reskin of version 2. I'm not buying this if this is a reskin of version 2. Looks like the exact same controller setup, the exact same controls, everything down below here. Okay, maybe you get to see which transients it detects. Maybe that is not something that... Okay, that's down below there. Maybe this waveform switch. I've never seen that waveform switch. Maybe that's there, maybe not. If not, I'll talk about it. The copyright talk has gone sideways. I mean, not really. We do, by the way, have still one more track to listen to. So let's do that first, and then we'll do a little bit more chatting, a little bit more talking. And then after that, we'll get into wavetable making and whatnot, and then I'll go no cam for that. So the last track, Alien Lifeforms by Ampede, and then we'll have... Oh, wait. It's because it just starts because it's yes. Because I played a preview. I'm playing this at minus 6 dB, by the way. I can already see the squashing. Yeah, I guess Spotify is also doing loudness compensation.
Prepare to terminate. Welcome, human.
This kind of strong distortion, I had expected more bass issues.
You will be terminated. An unidentified object from outer space. Traveling through space and
I'm intentionally keeping this quieter. What I want to test if it's like, does it become more excited by the fact that it's squashed like this? Honestly, this just sounds boring because it's always at the same level. It's not like musically boring or anything like that. It's mix boring. Like the music itself is good, although I would say that the lead isn't. But the fact that there's literally no dynamics in here Like a snare like that, I would expect that to be quieter so that every time the snare hits, you get another extra bit of impact from the kick playing. But because the waveform is literally a salsiccia, that doesn't happen. The snare just stays equally loud as the kick drum. Like sound design wise and even balance wise, this is very much there. You're just squashing it way too much. A little bit of this, what you're doing here, where it's just silent. Nice. Okay. Now let's talk about copyright again, because people do keep going on copyright. And now that at least we have listened to the last track, meaning that for today, really the feedback session is over. Is it brick wall to fuck? Yes. Yes, that was exactly what was happening. I think that's clipping, by the way, not brick wall limiting. And I think the slide... Ooh. The preview still plays at full speed. Holy shit. Can you just open Spotify? Stop. Here. Yes. Okay. I would need to find a good spot for this.
Welcome, human.
This. I think this is Spotify's doing. I think this has to do with Spotify messing with the codec and phase shifting higher frequencies. That thing is out there. So I'm assuming that everything in here isn't limited, but clipped. That we're seeing clipping here. By the way, since this track specifically is on Spotify MP'd, and I think if I search your name in my Gmail, I might be able to find it before, because your name does sound very, very recognizable. If I get another strike, I'll send you a message. Let's see if you show up in any thing here. Copyright. Wait. Video cannot be monetized. Let's see if you're in here. No. Why then does your name... I don't have any contact active, if that's what you mean. Yeah. Because there's a few people that submit to Spotify and stuff, and I always am a little bit scared that you're one of those people that then also does the content ID. There's then probably another guy that has a name very similar to you that does that. I can currently not find any specific examples, but I could go through my email and you'll see that over the last year I've received... I can see that exactly, I think. Start date, I guess yesterday for some reason. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why can I not? Older than a year. No, I want stuff newer than a year. I want from... Ah, okay. I guess from 7 to yesterday. 50, 64 in total. 64 claims to copyright in the last year. That's what I get for just the feedback stream. There's probably 10 claims in here that aren't feedback stream. Does the full edition masterclass also include the PDF tutorials as well? There's no PDF tutorials in any of my masterclasses. No. I don't know which PDF tutorials you're referring to, but there aren't any in my masterclasses. I don't know where you get that from. Okay, let's go over it again. You play a track. The track is striked because it coincidentally resembles other big tracks. How do you dispute it? Do you win? Yeah, those 64 tracks, currently out of all of the disputes that have been filed over the last year, 0 of them are currently paying out money to other creators. Yeah, sorry Logan, the masterclass is just video material, and then the full version you'll get all of the files. So like project files that you can open yourself, you get all of the individual stems from the production, so that you can also follow the mixing project, and you can open up the mixing project and look through that yourself. Because there's 2 projects. There's the Ableton project and then the Reaper project, which looks somewhat like this. This is Reaper, which I don't often show. Here you can see this is a client mix. This is a smaller mix. But my mixes tend to go to like 200 tracks in this project as well, just like my productions. Because I export every individual sound and then mix inside of Reaper. Anyway, so Shadow Rage, you made a statement that copyright system was unfair, right? I don't know exactly how you said it, but that's kind of important. Music copyright laws are messed up. And now you don't seem to have an idea about the first thing about how disputes work on YouTube, which is very, very basic form of copyright law, because it's technically not the copyright law, it's DMCA law, which is different. DMCA law is the Digital Millennium, DMCA, Digital Millennium Copyright Act. Yes, Digital Millennium Copyright Act, which is about the execution of copyright law. So how does it get executed? As you can imagine, when things like YouTube and all of that stuff became popular, suddenly the world had to deal with the fact that now anything could be posted online by anyone, including copyrighted stuff. And YouTube was like, well, if we have to check everybody's submission for every piece of copyright out there, we're never going to be able to process anything, right? Because they would just spend all the time checking for copyright. And in fact, what they would probably have to do is for whole genres of different content, just disable uploading, because it is so hard to determine what copyright is and what it isn't. So that is where the DMCA Act comes into play. And what the DMCA Act allows an individual to do is it allows an individual to say to a big company, hey, you guys are infringing on my copyright because that user there is posting that thing that I own the rights to. And then YouTube goes and deletes that without having to go to court. So that is what DMCA does. It allows you to resolve a copyright issue without having to go to court. Because that is how it used to work. Because before, the only people that held copyright, realistically, were big labels. That were all representatives that had their own lawyers, that had communications with each other. So anytime they had a copyright dispute, either they would sue each other, which they could because all of them had lawyers and all of them had tons of money, or if it was a misunderstanding, they would just contact each other. And with now literally billions of people making content and posting that on whatever social media platform of their choosing, that is not really an approach that works anymore, right? You cannot really have that trust system anymore. So that is where DMCA comes in. And that is everything that you have talked about up until this point. None of the things that you've talked about is actually copyright law, which happens when DMCA law fails, right? So after you have gone through the whole system of disputes and all of that stuff. So everything that you've said up until this point is kind of like the barrier before you get into copyright law. And then you get into copyright law itself, and that is where a judge says, this track is so similar to that track, you are infringing on the copyright of that track, pay them a hell of a lot of money. That is copyright law. Copyright law also tends to deal copyright law is a serious step, yes. Usually, a lawsuit for copyright law is several hundred thousand dollars, not 100 million, $100,000. Because the lawyers need to be exceptionally good. That is also one of the reasons why they say that something like Disney having the best lawyers in the world, there's a reason for that, and that's because copyright law is very, very difficult, and that tends to be the law that Disney deals with the most, right? Because all Disney does is they take old stories from people and they modernize them, and you can only do that with stories that are like in the public domain and whatnot, or very carefully so that it falls under fair use. DRM is the first solution, question mark? No. At the end of the day, the reason why we have copyright is because you have to make money from your music in capitalism. We can talk about not having capitalism, which would be an interesting conversation, but how much time do you guys have? I wanted to make wavetables today. No, but within a capitalist system, at the end of the day, you have to get paid for your music. And right now, there's just a situation where the public doesn't value art whatsoever. They stream a track on Spotify and they pay the artist 0.0001 cent with their stream. And even that, for some people, it sounds like a luxury. There's people that say, oh, you get a lot of streams, therefore you must make a lot of money, and therefore I hate you. That's some people say that. Some people, not for my size, of course, but I've heard people talk about even bigger Psytrance artists and about their streaming numbers, and they say, oh, they stream, they get so many streams, they get so much money, they must be so well off, and therefore we hate you. Because people making money is a bad thing. But that being said, there must be a change in the culture of people just appreciating artists more. And that is not something that I think you can legislate. I don't think you can, as you suggest, maybe put it on a DRM or something like that, that somehow blocks copyright. But most stuff is only copyrighted in US. The system is very strict there. Other countries not so much, right? Are you kidding me? You think a country ruled by corporation is going to have stronger copyright law than a country where the government, for example, has a stronger hand, like the UK, for example? UK has much stricter copyright law. Japan has much stricter copyright law still. There's no such thing as free use, for example, in Japanese copyright law. If you get sued in Japan, you're basically fucked. Not just for copyright law, by the way. 99% of cases in general in Japan, from what I've heard, the defendant loses. At least criminal cases. I know that is true for criminal cases. Of course, copyright is a civil matter, is not a criminal matter. And by the way, where stuff is copyrighted, you have a global copyright. So anytime that you have copyright on something, which you automatically have when you create something, you will have copyright on that everywhere, equally. I mean, in the sense that I believe there's not a single country that doesn't have a form of copyright law. Because at the end of the day, it's important that you get to make a profit from having an idea, right? From being creative. And the only reason why you can do that is because of copyright. Because somebody tells you, like, if you have that idea, that is yours to keep until 70 years after you die. Or whatever it is. It's 50 somewhere else. It's 100 somewhere, some other place. The laws are different, but generally speaking, they protect you for more than your life, so that even your children could potentially make money off of your creativity. Weird they're not publicized, therefore we never heard about them. The loudest copyright scandals are mostly in US. Yeah, that is because news tends to be very US central. Right now there's a copyright suit going on, or I believe it's a copyright suit, might be a trademark suit, because it's about art, but I think they are also talking about like the logos and that kind of thing. Of Palworld and Pokemon. Nintendo versus whoever made Palworld. Whatever that company is. But they have a fairly big case currently in front of the Japanese courts. At least that is going through the system. It always takes a long time with the court system. That is not just copyright, by the way. I believe every court proceeding tends to take a lot of time. Do you copyright your stuff? How much is it? No, I do not copyright my stuff because copyright is something you automatically have. You don't have to do it. What does help is registering your copyright so that somebody knows about you having the copyright over that particular thing. Because, again, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how something is in the eyes of the law. All that matters is if you can convince a judge or a jury that that is the case. If you have a piece of paper that says this person registered their copyright of this particular artwork 10 years ago with me, with this system, whatever, you can show that to a judge and the judge can say, I think that guy is trustworthy. I'm going to trust him that is true and that you indeed have copyright over this thing for the last 10 years. That's the whole point of registering your copyright. It's not to have it, it's to prove afterwards that you had it. That it's not a project that you whipped up last week and that you're now saying, but I made this 10 years ago, so clearly it has been stolen from me. So registering, copywriting are separate things. I thought it's all in one. There is no such thing as copywriting. You just get copyright. Like, here's a cool fact. I am going to take one piece of paper here and I'm going to draw a little dude with two eyes, a nice, very creepy smile, so I'll make some dots here, and a little bit of a wonky nose and two big ears so that he looks a little bit wonkier. This piece of art that I've just created is now copyrighted. This is copyrighted. I've just not registered the copyright, but this is absolutely copyrighted. And in fact, I have already proof of my copyright in the form of this stream. I can say, if somebody tries to make this, and I say, but hey, that stuff is mine, and I want to sue somebody for that, I can go to a judge and say, look at the stream, I claim my copyright here. You can see that I've created this art, you can see the process of me creating this art, so I don't technically would need to have this, to register this, albeit for the fact that a judge might not buy it. A judge might say like, oh yeah, but I don't care about that live stream, I want to see like an actual copyright registry for me to believe you. It's going to depend on what the judge wants. At the end of the day, that's all that matters in copyright law, is that your copyright judgment is going to be done by a judge, and whatever he decides is going to be final to the point of like appeals and whatnot, right? So you can appeal some stuff, but at the end of the day, that judge on a certain date is going to say like, I rule like this, and you'll have to deal with that. And so therefore your goal becomes, oh, I need to convince this judge. So it's copyrighted since its creation, and it's up to you to register so you can prove your ownership of the creation. Exactly. Yes. Was that the cover for the next song? Yes, that's my next album cover. Okay. It's like creating a passport for your creation. It's like, yeah, it's exactly what it says. It's registering the copyright. in the sense that the copyright already exists. You just need to have somebody else write down that it exists for you, so that you're not the only witness, right? It's like having a witness. Imagine that you had a copyright suit. What could, for example, happen is that they call witnesses to the stand who were present during the studio session. And if there's 20 people that were present during the studio session that all say like, yeah, we didn't listen to this track before we created our track. It might sound similar, but nobody here had influences during this particular session. So it's a little bit of and it's already like musically, they're like similar, but not exactly the same. And you can hear some differences, some similarities. Some judges or some lawyer is going to say like, clearly they were influenced by this. And then the defense are going to say like, clearly we weren't influenced by this. If you have like 20 witnesses that say like, nobody was influenced here, nobody listened to that song prior to making the song that we're being sued over now for the copyright, then that's a better case. But there might be an even better case, and that is just saying like, hey, this person over here with their very old registry of copyright, they thought that my copyright is okay, so they registered that in their registry. It's another kind of way of giving yourself credibility with the fact that you actually have copyright. Because the copyright is something that you have by definition. You just have to convince the other people that you actually have that. And that it's not already infringing on the copyright of somebody else that somebody else had before you had yours. It's like notary, kind of. Yeah. It's like when you buy a house, you cannot just, at least in the Netherlands, you cannot buy a house without the signature of a, what's that called in English? Not, yeah, notary. Exactly what you said. Exactly what you said. Notary. You cannot buy a house without the signature of a notary. Somebody that tells you, I've checked this house, everything is okay. And then if something happens, they are at fault. I don't think that that's happening with a copyright registry. Like a copyright registry isn't at fault if somebody registers something that they technically didn't have the copyright to. I think. Like you would at that point need to sue the copyright registry, which is going to be a hard case because they're also going to rely on the same protections that platforms like YouTube rely on, which is that the platform isn't responsible for any user-generated content. Which is the same reason that you can sometimes see clearly copyrighted material on YouTube, like, I don't know, anime shows and TV shows and movies and whatnot. Even movies in parts where somebody uploads a whole movie by chopping it up into 5-minute clips and just uploading 35-minute clips. You know what I mean? To upload the whole movie. That is very, very illegal to do, but YouTube says, like, there's billions of videos on our platform. How do you expect us to police every single bit of it? There's like a practical impossibility there. That's not something that is easy to do, right? To monitor all of the copyright going on the platform if you have literal billions of videos on there. So they are exempt by the fact that they are a publisher, a distributor of content, and not a creator of content. So if both artists use the same sample from the same CD, and if the case goes to court, the case would be dismissed or settled, of course, regardless of who's sued. No. Dismissal is a technicality. That happens when either you have absolutely no evidence for your case in the preliminary hearing. So they first listen to, do you have a little bit of a case here? And as soon as you have a little bit of a case, then it probably goes in front of a judge. And then he can dismiss it on other technicalities, like you missed how you were supposed to fill in a particular form, that kind of stuff. It can be very annoying, and it can be dismissed for annoying reasons that aren't necessarily like a clear ruling on judgment, but that are just like, hey, you did it wrong this time, maybe go fix some things and then come back with a proper lawsuit, right? Kind of deal. Also to protect the people that would then go into a lawsuit unprepared or with false pretenses or whatnot. And settling is something that is decided on the two parties. If the two parties want to settle and they don't want to go to court, they say it like, oh, you pay me that much money and then we act like nothing happens, then it's settled. Settling is, as it sounds, it's two people coming together and agreeing upon something. And in this case, they are agreeing upon not having their problems in front of a judge, and instead just maybe one person pays the other person a relatively small amount of money in order for the lawsuit to go away. Some sue just to drain resources and bankrupt. Yeah. I don't know what to do with that information. That is very true, though. There are people that are making misuse of the system. I guess what I could turn that into is a discussion about the fact that just because there's a few bad apples, that doesn't mean that the system is broken. Like copyright gets a particularly large amount of publicity on bad actors and whatnot. Like if somebody breaks the law in Mexico, there's a very slim chance that you hear about it wherever you are in the world outside of Mexico, assuming that none of my viewers are from Mexico, which there are, but let's hope for now that that works, right? If you are anywhere outside of Mexico, there's a very slim chance that you hear about any type of crime being committed. What you probably have heard is about those two guys that registered for the Content ID system and used it to commit copyright fraud for $5.5 million. Probably, I would have a good guess that at least one person in chat knows about what I'm saying here, about this case, because that was one of the, I guess, more recent ones of the really public copyright-related scandals. Was somebody that registered for the Content ID system and started claiming stuff that he just did not have a right to, right? A terrible actor, somebody that just started claiming copyright on things that weren't actually his, and making money that way, up to the tune of $5.5 million, I believe. And he got caught and is now spending his days in jail. But if it were any other crime, there's really no reason why you would hear that. If he had jaywalked or had stolen $5.5 million from someplace, the chance that you have heard that would be much less likely. And that's because we are a bunch of artists, so we are every day working with copyright, and therefore we tend to be very interested in copyright. Do you think because there is no physical media to sell, it's hard to convince investors to invest into movies, games, albums, because it's unclear or where to sell it? With CDs, it was more obvious. I don't think you live in the same universe as I do. In the last, we can probably see this. Let's just look at the gaming space. Gaming total revenue per year over last 2 decades or something like that. Charted. Video game industry revenues by year and platform. I want total. I would like that. Perfect. Here. Total revenue for just the video game industry. This seems like the kind of trend line that most investors bite on. Right? If the graph was flipped upside down, that is when investors become scary. But this clearly shows that it is still all going up. Right? In terms of the amount of revenue. Yeah, we had a little bump in the road here when all of the arcades went to shit. But after that, it went up and up and up. And we had a little bit of a still here. And then it's still going up and up and up and up and up and up and up. So no, I think it's not harder to find investments for multimedia, because multimedia is orders of magnitude more profitable nowadays than it was 30 years ago. server game, whatever. All forms of media are making significantly more money than they were making 30 years ago. Because there's much more of a target audience now that everybody is online all the time. You can always be advertised to nowadays, whereas 30 years ago, people were just going to their job the whole day and they did not have a phone there. The only phone that they had was in the kitchen at home, and the only time that they get to see ads was when they turned on the television or when they went outside of their house to public areas and they saw big billboards. Nowadays, advertisements are everywhere all the time. So the idea that it's harder to sell now your music than it was 20 or 30 years ago because we no longer have CDs, even that is not true. We still have CDs. If you want to sell CDs, go sell CDs. But you have 20 more options. Those are mobile free to play games. It doesn't matter what games there are. Again, I think Shadow Rage, I think your problem is that you're thinking a lot about your own perspective. You asked me a question about how easy it is for an investor to invest into something like media, movies, games, albums, because CDs no longer exist. What I'm trying to tell you is that an investor is going to look at one thing, and that is total revenue graph, right? If they see revenue of something going up, they invest. If it goes down, they don't invest. So if you show them a graph that literally looks like this, that is like an exponential rise, every investor is gonna say, like, of course, give me some more information and whatnot. But every investor wants to dive on that. Everybody wants to be the investor that puts money in on the bottom floor and then rides it all the way to the top floor. You can tell me not that all the sounds you hear the last hours are self-created. Many sounds come from packets. Also, all tracks not clear to copyright. Yes, they are. Because all of those packs come with a license that say that you can use them royalty-free. That's not the problem. The problem is that you have to convince a judge of that. And how are you going to do that? You're probably not even going to get there, because before you get to the point where you get to talk to a judge, you're going to have spent tens of thousands of euros or dollars or wherever you have to defend your case, just finding the lawyers, finding all of that kind of stuff. Of course, I mix in some perspectives. I want to hear yours too. Yeah, I'm not saying like this is annoying for discussion or that you're necessarily wrong or something like that, but you can very easily self-answer a question by trying to pretend, like literally pretend that you are an investor. What would you look at to gauge if physical media is or media in general is a good idea to invest into media? To say it as broadly as possible. Let's say that you have some specific thing, but you are worried about the media landscape. What would you look at in order to see if right now an investment in the media landscape is a good idea? The first thing I would look at is overall trends. What over the last few years has the revenue been doing? And the revenue has been doing this. So it's a good time to invest. Of course, then it's going to depend on the specific of your investment and a whole bunch of different dynamics. But generally speaking, right now is the best time for investment in media. Because all investors will ask, how do we get our money back? Yeah, that's all they care about. Because that's all that they put in. For an investor, it is a monetary transaction. I give you some money now so that you can do the thing that you want to do, because that is what you need the money for. And then you give me money in return for that service. That's an investment. Okay, I think it's time for me to go make some wavetables because I've really been rambling for the last hour or so. Almost. Like 40 minutes. That's pretty insane. Okay. Yeah, I'm taking a quick break after this. I am going to go to this project from yesterday. I don't have to save this. I'll play that project through one more time, and we're going to do the same thing as yesterday. No cam, no mic, and I'm just going to chill here. Produce a little bit, make some wavetables, and I hope to get to like 70, 80-ish wavetables at the end of the stream. It's called carvetoy.online, the wavetable maker that we will be using today, and that we always use. So that's there, and I'm going to wait for the project to load, and then I'll take a quick break after that. Thanks for your time, information to this team. You're welcome. This is very, very difficult, and by the way, this is not legal advice. I'm talking about these laws like I know everything, but I clearly don't. I am just an artist at the end of the day, messing around as well. It's just, I run a label, so I kind of have to know this kind of stuff. And of course, having been online and doing this for 12, 13 years almost, you get to have a little bit of knowledge about the basics of something like copyright law. That even people that are just beginners or that have been producing but haven't maybe dove into it deep enough or something like that haven't got. Remind me your label name. Eclipse Sound Syndicate. Label I have started myself with some friends. Mine be Subject Ultra, Moortech, and Lunarium. And we have recently signed 5 more artists, at least publicly now. Yeah, we're almost a year since launch now. Can give you guys some statistics if you want. Some all-time statistics. Yes, okay. We have launched on January 23rd. And since then we have had 189.2 thousand views, 41.5 thousand hours of total watch time, 2,500 subscribers, and an estimated revenue that I'm not going to tell you guys. But at least estimated revenue. Do you sign only trans artists? Even worse, currently we're not signing any artists. But we are restricting it right now to, mainly Psytrance. We're focusing on the Psytrance side. In Psytrance, we do anything from progressive to the more nighttime, twilight, darker, full-on. I guess we'll be open to something like a slower Dark Side of Forest as well, if it really comes to it. But it is all Psytrance, yes. Psycore? No. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break, and after that I'm going to return with the no cam situation, like you guys know. So I'll play this track, and then after we come from the break, I'll turn into just the desktop, and yeah, I'll just relax and make some music and have some fun. Okay.
In this video, we'll
other side.